Could be wrong. Uh, man. But other than that, like I think it's I do enjoy the fact that they have quick synthesis method or like a quick mine method. You know what I mean? It's um it's good because I think it's valuable. Yeah, I do think it's valuable. Cool. One last one. Boom. Great. So now we have a bunch of I have a bunch of high quality iron ore too. Damn. Do I want that right now? Materia enhanced iron cross. I don't need it right now, but it's kind of good to have. Okay. Unable to craft. You don't have required materials. What do you mean? Do I need it? It says three. Can I quick synthesize this? We're on the internet? We are. Okay. Just brewed myself some pour over coffee. I'm rusty. My skills have deteriorated. My gooseneck kettle is a little bit now stained. I gotta clean it up before the next time I brew some coffee for myself. Um, but for now, it'll work. Mm, so, let me quickly get some beats. Hopefully, the music isn't too loud. People let me know if it is. What a lazy Sunday. Personally, I can't wait to get started because I've had the laziest Sunday morning ever. It's 1 p.m. and that means today has been zero productive. So, getting a chance to actually practice my skills before heading into the office tomorrow, priceless. For everything else, there's MasterCard. You know, one of the things I was thinking about earlier is Breath of the Wild 2, because my excitement level for that game is beyond comprehension at the moment. And for some reason it hits me in waves. Like every month it hits me on like specifically towards the end of the month it always like hits me. That Breath of the Wild 2 has been announced and it's in development. Because wow, that's early. Hello, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Tasty Lunch. Yeah. Breath of the Wild 2 news. Breath of the Wild 2 likely won't release until around 2023. Rubbish. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. If we're getting a Skyward Sword HD this year, we're getting Breath of the Wild 2 next year. You've got to. There's no way we're not getting Breath of the Wild 2 next year. Yeah, I'm thinking like near Christmas next year. I think when was Breath of the Wild release date? March 3, 2017. So it's been just over four years since Breath of the Wild released. That's pretty insane. It's been 4 years. Shit. I think I've been playing it a lot in my head recently. What that means is that I have a Switch, and I've yet to finish Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, which is supposedly a Breath of the Wild prequel, but doesn't feel like it. And Breath of the Wild has been out for 4 years. And so often at times when I'm designing stuff at work, like I often just think to myself, because we're working at Improbable, working on an MMORPG, and so a lot of it is dealing with open world and stuff like that. And so similarities in designs can be drawn. We have a cat today. Hello, Neto. Do you want to say hi to the stream? No, she doesn't give a shit. But I think the biggest thing is being able to draw those parallels from different kinds of game sources which have similar design philosophies. And so I think that's why I've been thinking a lot about Breath of the Wild recently. I've just been thinking about its sequel that I cannot wait for, and more specifically how it tackles open world design. And so I think that's something that I wanna do today. Is yeah, I just want to try and tackle a design challenge that is open world related today, hopefully. But if somebody else has suggestions for what to do today, I'm happy to break into any kind of design and try and look at it in depth. Has there been any kind of design that's been piquing your curiosity today, stream? If not, I'm more than happy to start delving into open world design. And I'm actually going to be looking at something really small, open world design. Something that feels so inconsequential but carries so much weight. That is my plan for today. And then we'll do that for 2 hours and then play Final Fantasy XIV afterwards, because I need to keep grinding so I can catch up, because I believe the next expansion is releasing in October. So I gotta catch up with everybody. I'm not doing too shabbily. I'm level 32 gladiator. I've got some of my gathering and crafting skills up to level 30. So it's not wholly too bad, but it's getting there. Ooh. Let me just quickly share my screen. I'm kind of curious to see if anyone has checked out the site over here. It's probably the one resource that every aspiring game designer has visited at least once in their lives. Let me switch over to that scene. Here we go. Ah yes, the good old GDC vault. So recently I've actually been spending a lot of time at gamasutra.com, and there have been some pretty good articles recently. Let's see if I can find them. This is probably too small for you guys on stream because of ultra wide monitors. I'm gonna weep weep zoom in. Weep weep. Oh, this is a really good game. Pode. I enjoyed this one. Where is it? I swear it was here somewhere. That was a really good article that I just saw recently that I wanted to share. Here we go. It's this video of improving player behavior at Blizzard Entertainment. And it's this really sick GDC talk. That is kind of about very specifically data, and you can see on my shirt. I have a shirt that says "Let the data do the talking." And what I mean by that, that was so cheesy segue. What I mean by that is when you're in game design, a lot of the times designers like follow their hunch, and I think hunch is super important, and it's something that's incredibly necessary when making games. But I think the other thing that's super important is data, and often the time designers are like, yeah, we don't need data. We just need to, if we think it's gonna play well, we put it on the game, and then people will either like it or dislike it, right? The thing about data is that data gives you validation if something's gonna be good or not by the time it releases. And so having data and having metrics inform your design decisions and what you keep in the game and throughout the game is super important. And working in a AAA environment, I can tell you that data-driven decisions are at the basis of most of what we do. And for good reason, right? Because we're spending so much money like in production, so we need to make sure that we get that money back and break even, if not make profit. So, when you're talking about the game, speaking from a non-business point of view, like you also want to make sure that people really like enjoy your game, right? And having a good metric system and analysis of behavior patterns gives the freedom to make those decisions in a much more systemic way, and that is valuable. More valuable, in my opinion, than a hunch. Because as much as I, as a designer, am someone who loves using my hunch a lot, I cannot deny the importance of data during design. Cannot deny it. So, if you get a chance, check out this article, this video, GDC talk. Pretty sweet. All right, so what is the thing I wanted to do? Oh, yeah, here we go. So we're already like 8 minutes into the stream, and so if that's the case, I want to hop right into kind of what I wanted to tackle today, and that's very specifically in open world. Let me see if I can get some Googles out of this. This is the first time Googling this. Let me see. Open world camp design. It's a good video. I'll recommend it if you've seen it. Dibbidi-dibbidi-doo. Oh, that's an interesting article. There's a Reddit thread about it. School of Game Design has an has a single article on how to make an open world game. Oh, it looks like that's a credit video. Amazing. Oh, this is eh. So the big thing that I wanted to tackle today is I have my OneNote open somewhere. Here it is. Let me try and zoom in. Can I zoom into my OneNote? I should be able to, right? Right? View? Zoom? Can I not zoom into my OneNote? Come on, I've got to be able to zoom into my OneNote, right? Oh, here we go. Boop, boop, boop. All right, cool. So here, let me switch over. Let's make a new notebook here. Can I add a new notebook? Hello? Hello? Oh, come on. Oh, it's not synced? Is that why? I believe I should have a design book here somewhere. Doopity doop 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 doop. Let's add a new section here. And we'll go ahead and call it stream design on stream. And let's go ahead and call this first section open world camps. And so what I'm specifically talking about is this. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about where is this? I'm talking about this. Let's go ahead and start adding these images so we have reference points as we do be. Hello. Boop. Boop. God, I hate how asymmetrical this is sometimes. All right. All right, chat. Give me some open world games that you like. These are my top 2 at the moment. Hey. Is it here? Yeah, this stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, here we go. This is a decent image. Use as a reference point. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, go ahead and put this over here. Okay, so I've taken 3 games that I enjoyed the open worlds of, and so I'll use these as a reference point briefly, just to kind of provide some context as to what I'm talking about. So some important things about kind of what it's like to have an open world. Open world design suffers this really simple problem, in my opinion. It's content per minute. of traversal. And so what I'm trying to say over here is if I go ahead and switch over to my tools over here, we'll go ahead and draw a quick graph over here. We have a graph that's the function, so you have time as a function of distance, or rather, let me, not distance, it's it's a function of encounters. Why, I just used the word up there. There we go. It's content. So you have this graph over here, which is how much, in an open world, how much content can a player experience as a function of time? And that's an important question to ask, because when you're roaming around Skyrim, for example, and you stumble across like a bear that wants to kill you, or maybe you stumble across like a vampire later game, in the late game. That's like an encounter the game has generated for you in your path line. So when you go from A to B, it takes a certain distance to get there because you're traversing an open world. Whether or not you're on horseback doesn't really matter as long as you're not fast traveling. What's important is the ability to actually generate the amount of what you would call consistent content per time. And so if you have a function of time over here, so let's go ahead and mark some intervals over here. In Skyrim, if you're traversing from point A to point B, let's go and say you're traveling from Whiterun to let's say you're traveling from Whiterun to the Dark Brotherhood hideout, right? If you're trying to do that, then let's say it takes you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you don't have a horse. You bring my foot. Here, it takes you 6 minutes to travel from point A to point B, which is from Whiterun to Dark Brotherhood hideout. Then on the course of this journey, how much content are you running into? Ideally speaking, this graph should be not necessarily linear in nature. Like, this is not always what we want, because like, while this is nice, sometimes in an open world game, the other important thing to do is pacing, right? So when it comes to the content versus time graph, like, you can't always just constantly have a linear upscale of content per minute. If there's more content per minute, that's not what you require. The kind of graph we're actually looking for over here is if you're starting out from, you hit one, right? So you hit on at 1 minute into the travel, you hit one piece of content. Whatever one piece of content is an abstract metric. It could be quite literally like anything. It could be like a bear runs into you. It can be like you see a villager in the distance asking for help that you don't necessarily need to engage with. The option is there though. So as you're moving around, you come across a piece of content, right? And so what's important over here is, with respect to this, the moment the content kind of pops into the picture, you start to have a choice of whether or not you want to engage with the content. And this is player agency. If your open world is forcing you to engage with content at every single turn corner, then your open world doesn't understand player fatigue and content fatigue. What's important over here is I'm going to be using a pretty common model over here, as I'm bringing out my handy design notebook over here to kind of refer to design concepts. So a very familiar concept people often engage with is something called self-determination theory. So if you're ever interested in knowing what self-determination theory is, it's this theory let's find it's a theory which kind of explains the three basic needs of a human being. It's a macro theory of human motivation. Um, Here we go. STT represents the broad framework for study. Pardon me. Represents the broad framework of study of human motivation and personality. STT articulates a meta theory for framing motivational studies, a formal theory that defines intrinsic and valid extrinsic sources of motivation, and a description. What's funny is that there's actually a center for STT, which is really funny. Because people just love theories that much. That makes sense. I love flow theory. So we have, yeah, here we go. Conditions supporting the individual experience is a typo over here. Of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So like, often the times when you're running around the office, you'd call it like the ACR. Hello. Oh. Hello. Oh shit! I highlighted something. I feel like an idiot. That's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Can I erase this? I can. Nice. ACR. And this is commonly referred to as the self-determination theory, SDT. So you have autonomy. I love this font so much. You have competence. And you have relatedness. Awesome. So what this means is that if you're going from Whiterun, this all seems super distant. I'm gonna try and bring it together to the best of my ability with a freshly woken up mind. What this means is that if we're traveling from Whiterun to the Dark Brotherhood hideout, and on the path start seeing encounters, running into stuff. If you as a player have a choice as to whether or not you want to engage in that content, so for example, if you're traveling and you spot like a bunch of Spriggans off to the side, and you spot them just before they can spot you. Cool. Now you have a choice. Do I want to engage with these, harvest them for their loot, maybe die in the process trying, not sure how strong they are, or do I want to just keep going on my own merry way and ignore them because I don't have time for this, or because I feel rushed to try and accomplish the story? As a player, what's really important over here is having the choice to choose between engaging and not engaging. From an open world point of view, the important thing is, from a design point of view, the important thing is offering the player that agency, but then offering it to them again whenever they feel like they're ready for that agency and for that content. So you want to satisfy the player's three basic needs, and you might not always be able to satisfy all three needs, and that's totally fine. But you should be able to at least hit one of them: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Relatedness is arguably one of the hardest things to hit, and it's easier to do in intensely narrative games and intensely social games. But in Skyrim, in this particular example, let's say relatedness is kind of out of the equation. It's kind of hard to get that out of the way unless the story is emergent. And so, as the player encounters that those Spriggans off the side of the road, they think to themselves, "Hey, listen, I could potentially engage with these Spriggans, or I could totally ignore them, and I have complete autonomy over whether or not I do that, and that is pretty cool." That autonomy means that I have a choice as to whether or not I can actually play the game my way, and that makes me feel like as if I have command over my virtual life in this game. And having that confidence and having that ability to choose is very empowering. So players often want to have autonomy. And so if your game doesn't have autonomy, sometimes it feels like as if you don't really have that much power. And so in intense narrative games, The Last of Us, you feel the autonomy. God, the sun is really hurting my fucking eyes. The lack of it is hurting my eyes. When Last of Us, for example, when you don't really have much of a choice throughout the entire story because it's so linear, but the game does its best to try and produce the illusion of choice that you're experiencing through the characters Joel and Ellie, um, in the first game, right? And so that's their attempt to try to achieve that autonomy is through the idea, and obviously there's a decision towards the very end which we won't necessarily get into in full detail, but the idea generally is that you want the players to feel like they have instruction over what they're doing in the world. Anyway, so if they're walking right onto Dark Brotherhood hideout, they encounter a bunch of Spriggans on the side of the road. They can choose whether or not, hey, do I want to engage with them or not? Let's say they say no, I want to keep walking because I don't have time for this right now. I don't feel like engaging with this right now. Cool. Competence. If they did engage with the Spriggans, then they would have, and if they succeeded at killing the Spriggans, they would have a sense of competence if there was enough of a challenge in the fight. Cool. So the way Skyrim does things in this world is that the world actually scales with the player most of the time, particularly in some of the open world sections and dungeons as well. What that means is that the enemies that you encounter in the dungeons and the open world are usually, I think there's some kind of percentages going on there. I'm not entirely sure what the details are to that, but generally speaking, those things are mapped to the player level. So the world scales with the player level. I think that's kind of important to note because that way, whenever the player does come into cause an encounter and does choose to engage with it and does beat it, they do feel a sense of competence in them. So we achieve 2 out of the 3 um, basic human needs, right, over here, and according to self-determination theory. And so, if you're traveling across Whiterun, you choose to ignore this thing. All right, 2 minutes passes. How much more content do you want to hit? Let's say we hit the same amount of content again. Let's say over the course we actually hit no content instead. So we're gonna go ahead and hit um, boop, 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 zero content at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's fine. Hitting 2 minutes, hitting zero content at 2 minutes and 10 seconds is perfectly okay. Why is it perfectly okay? Because you don't always need the player to be engaged constantly. And if the player really wants to find something and to do it in an open world, the open world should ideally provide them with stuff to do on the side, and not too far away from wherever they are. So if they're traveling across from X to Y, from Whiterun to the Dark Brotherhood hideout, actually, let me look at the Skyrim map. This is getting confusing for me to. I should actually probably be more specific about this. So, Skyrim world map. I'm providing a lot of context, something's really simple. All right. So here we go. This is just a portion of the map. Is this the map? Yeah, here we go. Can I view image, please? All right. Ah, come on. I can barely see what's going on over here. I think Whiterun should be somewhere around here. Fuck, this map is terrible. Skyrim interactive map. All right, you know what? Let's use a game that I actually know properly. There we go. Let's change this analogy because I just can't keep this up. My Skyrim knowledge has deteriorated over time. Let's say we're going from Hyrule Castle to we're going to Kakariko. No, we're going from Great Plateau to Kakariko. All right. I'm so sorry. All right. We're going from Great Plateau to Kakariko Village. If that's the case, then what's really cool about this is, so Great Plateau is right over here. This is Great Plateau. Boop, boop. Nice. And Kakariko Village is across the river. So it is doop 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 doop. Kakariko Village. It's right over here. This is Necluda. It's right over here. This is Kakariko Village, right over here. Alright. So you want to get from point A on the edge over here. This quest marker, this great tower, the Shiga Tower, all the way to over here. Again, let's say it takes you 6 minutes to get there, although normally it actually takes 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to get there by walking. So the first thing you do, right, is as you're going across there, let's say instead of the bear spriggans you encounter, like you take the glider off the plateau, you take the glider all the way down to the mainland, and then what ends up happening is you run across. I think this actually happened to me when I was going there first time. I ran into a moblin for the first time off of the Great Plateau, and I was like, oh my god, that guy's big. And let's say you run into moblin. I choose to ignore him. I keep going. I go for a while. There's nothing there for an entire minute. It's just like the barren landscape, which is the aesthetic of the game as well, which I absolutely loved. And then on the 3 minute mark, I once again come across a piece of content. Instead, I came across a piece of 2 contents, because the moment in the 3 minute mark, I actually find myself now surrounded by, let's say, on one side, I have the Sheikah. Let's say I have a shrine on the right hand side, a Sheikah shrine on the right hand side. On the left hand side, I see that I have a bokoblin camp, similar to the one in the picture. All right, as I'm walking down, I'm kind of close right now. Let's say I'm kind of close, like over here. I'm kind of at this spot over here in the map. All right, so as I'm walking down there, I have a choice between the 2 of them. Now again, I have a choice between the 2 of them. I can choose to engage with either, both, neither. And so that's kind of important because autonomy comes into picture again. And either way, regardless of which I choose to tackle, there will be a sense of competence in the majority of them, 2/3 of them. And that's really good. And so the piece of content I can engage with increases. And so the content per time graph is looking pretty good right now because there's a lot for me to do. And one thing about Zelda Breath of the Wild's open world design is that you can always kind of see points of interest like everywhere around you. So I'm not taking that into account. I'm taking into account specifically the stuff that you encounter on the path there. I'm not taking into account stuff that you would see in the distance, which is obviously a big part of the philosophy over here. But I'm trying to just explain this concept of content per minute of traversal. And so as we're going down from kind of that area to Kakariko Village, what ends up happening is we reach West Necluda and the Twin Peaks, right? And then what ends up happening, and we're gonna go through them, and now the content that we're seeing is now increasing steadily because now we're gonna actually start seeing a pretty decent spike in amount of content going from kind of the difference, right? So let's say this is 1, right? Let's say this is 2. Let's say this is 2. Let's say this is 3, right? So the moment we hit like over here, this is Dueling Peaks. There we go. So the moment we hit Dueling Peaks, we start to experience multiple more potential encounters near this hotspot of an area. So specifically what I'm talking about is, I know very specifically there's a Korok seed over here, right? I know the NPCs over here in these 2 locations. I know there's a camp right over here, and right in the middle of the river too, like right over here, I think. And there's a camp over here as well. And there are Lizalfos standing over here, and Lizalfos standing over here. And obviously there's shrines over here. We're not talking about the shrines. We're only talking about the stuff in between. All right. So if you're following the road, then you're going to come across, let's say, 4 points of interest over there, 4 encounters. Why? Because generally speaking, the open world wants us to be like a hotspot, a place of multiple intersections. This is where a lot of stuff happened and is going to happen for the player. So very consciously, let's say that this is a position where there's a fair bit of, you know, content in this hotspot area. So I'm gonna mark the hotspot like over here, like this circle over here that I'm drawing. That's the hotspot. So when you hit a hotspot in the open world, you start seeing a lot more content around you that you can engage in. And as you kind of go past it, it gets steady down a little bit more, right? You encounter Zestu, so over here, stuff just kind of ends up happening to you. And let's say from here, steadily, there's a decline until you hit Kakariko Village. Kakariko, KRV, Kakariko Village. Cool. So what ends up happening is that once you finish the hotspot area, you start walking down kind of this pathway over here. And as you're going down the pathway, you will kind of come across, I think over here, there's like one encounter over here, the shrine over here. So let's say this place is a hotspot for like 2. There's a stables over here. So let's call the Big Twin Bridge 3. So this is the kind of spike over here where we hit 3, and then we hit 2 over here. And as we keep walking, we come across the bridge. We know there's an encounter over here, I'm pretty sure. So let's call that, like 1. And then as you're traversing across that, you also come across like Zestu. So it's also another 1. So it kind of sprawled out by a little bit of distance. And then you hit Kakariko Village, and that's the stopping point over there. So we call that 6. So if you took, hypothetically, if you took 6 minutes to traverse from the Great Plateau to the Kakariko Village, it takes more. Then this would, and obviously the content graph is actually much bigger in reality. When you play Breath of the Wild, you come across a lot more content per minute than this. But this is just to give you an example. Then you would come across that much content per minute as you're making your way down to Kakariko Village, which is pretty sick. So what you observe over here is that in all of this, it's really clutch that the game provides you with ways that you can interact with its open world constantly per minute. As an open world game, content is one of the most important things, because if your open world doesn't have content for the player to experience as per their own will, it stops being an open world and it more becomes a giant playground with no real consequences. It becomes like a sandbox that doesn't really have much you can do in it necessarily, except for toy around the mechanics. Nothing actively happening to the player or actively happening in the world for it to make a difference. It's just kind of the player's playground at that point, which is good, but it also needs to be a living and breathing world. In Breath of the Wild, that's doubly more important because the whole context of the story and the world is the protagonist mentality is that it creates for this really, really important kind of back and forth between the players, the relevancy of the player and the relevancy of the world. In Breath of the Wild, the world is the protagonist, and so the player takes a backseat sometimes to the way the world reacts to itself because the system's in place. And so this is why content per minute of traversal, this graph, is such an important metric to evaluate when making an open world. And it's easier to do when your world is not procedurally generated, like Breath of the Wild's world. This world is kind of PCG generated, like the terrain is kind of PC generated, but but all the events and the Korok seeds, all that stuff is actually like hand put in there, and it's very conscious because like I'm pretty sure the way there's a GDC talk about this where the developer, I think, was it Aonuma or was it? I think it was Aonuma. No, it wasn't Aonuma. It was the director, the game director. No, lead designer, Masahiro. I forget. But the point is, they have actually stood, like the designers have taken a step in game in one location, looked around, turned the camera around, and been like, how much stuff is there for me to do over here? and the map is littered with hotspots. It's littered with hotspots. Like the Great Plateau is a hotspot for sure, the entirety of it, because it's tutorial level, right? It's got to be. Um, this is a hotspot right over here next to Dooming Peaks. This area is a hotspot, 100% for sure, hotspot, right? Just by the Pharaoh Sea, I would say this place is a hotspot over here. Oh man, if this isn't a hotspot, I don't know what I'm talking about. Like this over here, right? Specifically, I know that there's this place over here as well because there's a couple of shrines. There's a really important encounter over here with the yeah, I'm gonna spoil it, but the other important hotspot is in the Gerudo Highlands for sure. There's a couple of places. No, it's one place. It's right over here. Well, there's Lionel over here. Um, or was it a Talus? One of the two. Um, just by kind of where the giant thingamajigs are. Let's find out here. There's a hotspot right over here, right, and this one over here, right next to Rito Village. So the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is because, quite simply, if your map does not have hotspots in it, you're not going to be able to populate certain dense areas with content. It's okay for the players to find areas within the game without content because you kind of want them in a place where they are forced to make decisions, where they have the option to make decisions. Rather, let me rephrase that. Um, but also giving time to kind of reflect upon their journey so far and just observe the world around them. Both parts are really important to Breath of the Wild's open world because both parts of them are the message of the game. The message of the game is that this is a ruined open world, but doesn't mean there's lack of stuff to find in here, even though it might be hidden behind a certain mountain, for instance. So, yeah, that's why content per minute is super important. Now, an hour later, let's actually get into kind of why this is all context that I'm building over here. The thing that I really wanted to talk about is the thing I really wanted to talk about here is camps. So you might recall that one of the things we encountered when we were right over here, at this mark over here, was, let me use a different color over here. We ran into a Sheikah shrine, but we also ran into a Bokoblin camp. This one over here. Now you might be wondering, Addy, what's your point? What's so important about these little thingamidibs over here? Well, if you haven't figured it out already, these little Bokoblin camps are spectacularly important to the player's journey. And the reason why they're so important is specifically because of their size. They are small, contained events which reward the player instantly after they have dealt with the encounter. The other important thing is, even though they're small, they affirm player agency and autonomy. They affirm player competence, and occasionally spur relatedness. Because sometimes in these camps you find NPCs being chased, and if you free them, then you're like, oh, thank you for freeing us, blah blah blah. But it's astounding that this small piece of game design, just this thing over here, can accomplish both this and this in one fell swoop. And that's why I think that these are severely the most underrated piece of designs in open world game. It's these camps where you literally can tackle a bunch of enemies however you want. For some of the free times in the game where you have the choice to choose how brutal you want to be with your approach, how smart you want to be with your approach, how creative you want to be with your approach. You get to pick all of that because all the enemies follow rules. All of the AI follows rules, right? And so it's giving the player the chance to take advantage of the systems on which the game is built. And that's insanely powerful. That's an insanely powerful tool. Insanely powerful for a few reasons, but Give me a quick second. I'm just making sure I have everything going over here. Yeah. All right, cool. I love Breath of the Wild. So fucking cool. Uh oh, that's right. I totally forgot to actually engage and tell you guys about this too. Um something super relevant to note is that SCT is the general theory is kind of heavily abstracted upwards. There are 6 mini theories, um, which are also super important to note when you're doing game design, I would think. More specifically, cognitive evaluation theory concerns intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is something that I'm kind of going ahead and saying that that's an important thing to note, more specifically because it's based on satisfaction, so behaving for its own sake. So if you really want to evaluate how motivated a player is based off of your progression system, this is an important mini theory to be using, right? Because like if you want to see how much a player is motivated, just because of the way you've laid out the design of your progression, like how badly do they want to level up, and how badly do they want like this end gear which you're promising after level 60. Um, all of that stuff is gated behind a progression system, right? And so the players need to have some level of intrinsic motivation, and a decently high one, I would argue, to help them make it through the progression curve and all the way towards that very specific reward that you're promised. The second mini theory over here is organismic integration theory. I think this is something that we don't necessarily need to worry about. Um, doop 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 doop. This is so casualty orientations is uh sorry casualty orientations theory is, I think I remember somebody using it in the context of multiplayer design. I could be mistaken about that. Um, goals content theory. So basically, so this is the one that kind of we're using currently. Of ACR, super important. IMO. Well, in this context, super important. You might not always want to be using this as a reference framework, but it's a good lens to visit once in a while when you're designing something. Um, GCT is very very good because it kind of just like, and you can always like Google this stuff. Will pop up. There's a paper on this. You can read the paper, or there's a YouTube video on this probably you can look up. Pretty good, and this is good for MMO stuff, or multiplayer related stuff. Uh, but yeah, mini theories, cool, useful. Let's talk about camps. I'm gonna go ahead and briefly talk about the design of this very specific Bokoblin camp over here. Hey, let's take a video. Let's take a look at a YouTube video. Let's go ahead. Let's go to YouTube real quick. Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild's Bokoblin camp. Sure. Let's look at this real quick. Masterwood, I'm guessing? No. So okay. First thing to note is look at it's really tiny, and you never usually actually care about this. Like I'm sure no one's been affected by this as much as I would think if people would have been. But these spikes, these barriers over here, kind of lined up over here, surprisingly impactful. Um, and the reason why it's surprisingly impactful is because it subconsciously redirects the player. So let's go ahead and draw this. So over here you have like the skull, right? This is the skull that we're seeing over here. You have one boy over here. You have one boy over here. You have one boy off in the distance over here, right? And let's go ahead and draw some of these spikes. So we have a spike kind of like right over here. We have a barricade towards the entrance of the open mouth, and we have a small speck that's like kind of covering this guy over here. So the idea behind this, and this is like the entrance over here. So the idea behind this over here is the Bokoblins lunar narrative harm from a lunar narrative perspective. The Bokoblins don't want you approaching their ladders, right? So they put a barrier in front of them so they can have a place to shoot from without getting charged straight at. Lunar narrative makes sense. Mechanically and subconsciously, it does two things. It actually promotes the player. This guy might not do this, obviously, but it subconsciously is trying to promote the player, and in a very nudgeful manner, to go behind the all these Bokoblins over here, right? It's trying to subconsciously trying to promote the fact that players have an option to tackle this from literally every single direction. There's no barrier over here preventing the player from approaching it from any other direction over here, anywhere around this thing. So the player can literally approach it from any point of view. Is this guy just going to... That's so bad. I'm not judging. It's not even master mode, is it? Oh, there's 4. That's really cool. Look at this. So fun story. From this perspective, you would not notice this from other perspectives, but you would not notice this from this specific perspective, where it comes from the front. Is that there are two boys right next to each other, surrounding the thing. So if you shoot like this, then it reveals this. Oh, that's clever design. Small things. Small things. So the first thing this guy's doing, so this is probably one of the most standard ways to approach a camp. It's just to go using range weapon to try and shoot off the Bokoblins that are really stupid when they're not in master mode, right? Or when the world is leveled up to you, the world hasn't scaled up to you. So let me go ahead and put some stuff down. Over here, over here, over here. All right. So the idea behind the Bokoblin camp is that these 4 guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, are the scouts, right? That's what they're in towers. They're keeping a lookout. Basic monkey brain stuff. They'd be saying, hey, if you spot someone who can blow the horn, everyone comes charging. Your stealth has been ruined. But they're super easy to take care of in terms of this video over here. So the guy just goes ahead, doesn't mind these barricades. That's subconsciously guiding him to maybe track up from behind. In master mode, this is a lot harder to deal with. It's much harder to deal with this specific game master mode because they have so much health, right? So you need different kind of strategies to deal with them. For example, throwing a rock. For example, taking advantage of these fire things, obviously within, and more specifically, taking advantage of the direction that they're facing. So you approach from the back. You could hypothetically climb up on top of this skull over here, because of Breath of the Wild works, and shoot them all off from the skull, and then take the advantage of the cover to hide. Super easy to do. It's possible. So right now, the Bokoblin camp is asking the player, hey, you have a few ways you can tackle this. Let's talk about this. So let's talk about the ways to tackle. Okay, so the first one is can charge right in. Super easy to do, right? Monkey brain go boof. You go ahead, run it with a weapon, like a giant club or something, sledgehammer, start racking shit. You'll probably take a bunch of hits unless you're really, really good, but you can do that. You can make use of your, rune mastery, rune/combat mastery, if you want to predict that, right? So ways to tackle, and this is autonomy. So regardless of how you tackle this, you will feel autonomy if you choose to tackle it, and regardless of how and the way you tackle it gives you autonomy, right? And and if you manage to complete the encounter, and if you finish it with the plan you had in mind, you feel competent. Different levels of competency depending on how successful you are in your plan, but you'll still feel competent. So I charge right in, snipe the scouts, make use of chandeliers and barrels. So this is probably the most common. This is probably the most common. Go from behind and this. This is stealth mode. What are other ways to tackle this? Breath of the Wild has some really creative ways to tackle stuff. So I don't see any boulders necessarily around this guy at the moment. Oh, this is literally the exact same encounter. It's literally the exact same encounter. That's really funny. All right, yeah, blow it up. So doop 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 barrels and the chandeliers are offering points of contact over here to try and blow stuff up, right? Very, very simple. Other stuff you could do is roll bombs. Roll, go from behind, climb top, climb skull, roll bombs. I've done this a bunch of times when I was doing Trial of the Sword. Trial of the Sword, like, weapons break super easily, and in Master Mode they're extremely hard. So the thing I used to do, and they recover health too in Master Mode, so that's even more painful. The thing I used to do was I used to just go like behind the skull in Trial of the Sword, climb up, where they couldn't see me, and I would just keep chucking bombs constantly, square bombs, cycle bombs. It's super cheesy way, but it works, and it made me feel smart because I was taking advantage of their AI. So you blow it up. They all don't die. Initiate combat. They actually didn't notice. That's kind of funny, actually. His aim sucks. 2017. Oh, literally the day after it released. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. Arrows aren't doing damage because these guys are a little bit more. These guys are a little bit better than the standard Fairbook Goblins. Okay. Fairly masterful combat. Not bad at all. A lot of dodging. Making use of the times. Man, look at us flipping a lot. Ah, the barricade. You saw that? That's funny. That's so funny. The barricade actually just worked. That's hilarious. Archer out. Headshot mastery. Headshot. Range mastery. That's the way to tackle it. Just keep sniping them. Keep baiting them. Juking. Serpentine. That's valid. That's a valid strategy for tackling this thing. So, you know what? Even with just these 5, I'm sure there are tons of more ways to take care of these guys. Like, could you stasis a log and just launch a log in there? Trick shot. I'm gonna write that down for people who are crazy. So, regardless of how you tackle this, choosing a way to tackle this and executing your plan, it gives a sense of autonomy, and then actually being able to pull off your plan and succeed at it gives you competency, feeling competency. So Just a single simple bokoblin camp. And this design can show you so much about how game design can be influenced. Do you see the barricades though? I didn't realize this until it happened to that guy. But what was happening was because he was fighting, the guy was fighting right over here in this hotspot. This is the combat zone right over here. Because he was fighting over here, what ended up happening was when he was trying to backflip and trying to escape, he actually hit the back of this barricade. So the thing that's subconsciously doing actually is it's creating a combat zone around this area. Combat zone. Clever design. This is so clever. This is so clever because it is literally enforcing an area of combat. And if you try to cross it in the wrong way, you get punished for it by taking damage. Super cool. Super cool design. And so just this simple kind of camp, right? Like look at how much depth is there in the design of just this simple camp. That is elegant game design. It looks simple, but it's quite deep when you actually think about the way it interacts with the systems of the game. And that is so valuable to have in your game. So open world camps, my verdict, OP as fuck. And to be even more specific about exactly why they are, it comes down to the fact that you have doop 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 doop. Yeah, I should probably write down over here. I lost my train of thoughts. I'll just write those down over here. So let me just quickly write this down over here. Oh. Execution leads to competency. Completion leads to reward. That's the gameplay loop. Super cool, super useful, achieves a ton of stuff. It's pretty neat. Not gonna lie, it's pretty neat. So so if you were playing, the archer route, you would, I mean, even if you weren't taking the archer route, you normally make use of chandeliers and bells. This is how I would approach it. I'm sure other people approach it the exact same way. Is you snipe the scouts, make use of the chandeliers and barrels, because that's the way the game is leading you to try and tackle this stuff. How? Let me make it even more visible as to how it's promoting you to do this. If you approach the camp from the front like this, the first thing you will see. Let's go and look at this real quick. Is the first thing you'd see is just go back to the beginning. This is how you approach the thing. The first thing you see is that there are towers and there are enemies. You don't see the enemies as well on the inside. So the first thing that the game does is make sure you know that there are enemies hanging on top of the platforms. And that's hella useful. Because it gives you a target. Immediate target. The other thing that's super clever is the chandeliers can be so clearly seen through the eye of the skull. It's just such cool design. Because it's like, come on. Just shooting an arrow through the eye and hitting the channel and make it fall and blow up makes you feel like a god. It makes you feel so competent. It makes you feel so cool because you're like, I literally shot an arrow through the eye, and it's extreme. It looks extremely like. At first, it seems extremely easy to accomplish. When you try it and you're still mastering the range of the bow and how far it can shoot, it takes a little bit of time to get used to that, right? And so that's why I think that the moment you start to learn to gauge the range you're required to hit the string right over there is rewarding. Sniping the string and making the thing fall down and making it blow up is extremely rewarding. It makes you feel extremely powerful and competent. That is an irreplaceable feeling. That is absolutely irreplaceable. And I think it's super valuable. Uh, what was I talking about? That's right. So the first thing you come across is the camps over here. So if this is the player POV over here, this is the way they're approaching this. This is kind of what they're seeing over here. We got our POV over here. And the first thing they're seeing is, let's go ahead and map this real quick. They see this. They see this. They see this. Right? I actually gotta take this back. So from player POV, the player immediately starts to see the enemies that are standing on top of things, because when they're taller, you see them better. That's the core philosophy of Breath of the Wild. Is stuff that's important is taller than the other stuff. So the moment you see the bokoblins standing on top of the towers, you're like, okay, they're important. So let me go ahead and take them down. The other important thing you see is a fire inside the eye. This stuff, this very specific thing over here. So the game is like immediately making you know that there are two things that will catch your eye right off the bat. Enemies standing on top towers, super obvious. Lure narratively works. And the fire that you can snipe to feel like a god. And that's an invitation to the players. So the game is actually, through design, promoting this very specific method of this one over here, point number 2, this particular kind of gameplay. Obviously, the player can approach it however they want, but the game is promoting this specific approach. It's giving the player the tools to approach the encounter with this specific route, which is why I hypothesize this is the most common route. Breath of the Wild does have a whistle mechanic, which you can whistle if you don't have a horse, just like draw attention, right? And so you can make use of that if you wanted to for pure stealth gameplay. Stealth in Breath of the Wild I always found was kind of clunky and a little bit hard. So I don't know. I'm kind of two minds about that. All right. So I mean, it's pretty cool that we were able to analyze this a little bit deeper. So camps are super important in open world games because their simplistic design are actually pretty deep and can provide players with a lot of agency and a lot of reward for tackling them. Competency. So here, so according to one of these mini theories, I believe it was the cognitive evaluation theory. Competency is an intrinsic motivator. Intrinsic motivator / reward. And the reward is the reward chest is an extrinsic motivator. Oftentimes, what you get out of the chest isn't really good, right? They're kind of like meh. And so that's okay. That's fine. But it's important to note that those two are the kinds of progression loops the game is actually promoting. Making you feel competent for mastering the systems of the game, making you feel competent, and rewarding you for choosing to tackle that particular thing. If you got nothing out of tackling this camp over here, if you got nothing out of it, then the game is basically telling you that you wasted your time. So the treasure chest at the end, although it's tacked on at the end, is lure narratively, it's what the bokoblins are protecting. It's their treasured prize. They're simple brains. They're monkey brains, and so they like their shiny stuff. And so that's what this is protecting, is their shiny brains. That's relevant. That's pretty relevant. I would say that's pretty great. So reward chests, although they have a tiny lure narrative reason for being there, they're more important because they're validating the player's choice for trying to choose to approach the camp in the first place. Important design decisions. Super important design decisions. Boom, boom. All right. Where were we? Mm, let's see. I wanna Breath of the Wild is the game that I've been thinking about recently, but there are other great examples of camps too in other games, which is why I chose Tsushima and Odyssey over here, just as other open world games to investigate. I haven't played Valheim, but I want to try and play that game at some point. It might be nice to revisit that game and try and see what's up. You know. Uh, so I kind of want to tie this back quickly over here. Is with all of this. Oops. It's all of this ties back really neatly to this. It does. It ties back super neatly to this. Oh, and let me tell you exactly why. Um, boop, boop. Um, okay. So the why behind why this ties in so nicely over here is because if you're running across the open world and you come across a camp, the camps, by the way, are some of the easiest things to design across multiple encounters. You saw how deep I went into it, right? But like, if you're making your first iteration, the first two iterations of this particular encounter, then chances are it's going to be pretty easy to design. However, it might seem, really simple at first. But this is probably the easiest thing you can design. And so having a lot of these small encounters that are actually pretty deep helps the game a lot because it increases your content per traversal time threshold. This graph is helped by smaller encounters because smaller encounters are easier to design, better for production, easier on production, easier on designers, and contribute to player competency and autonomy. Therefore, that's why all these open world games utilize this enemy camp like idea and this design concept because it's fundamentally OP as a design concept for open world games. It achieves all the open world goals while also achieving player goals. Super useful, super useful. Um, that's why I find a lot of value in them. It's because they're so easy to design, and you put them in the world, and the players running around, they find a lot of these things scattered around the world. And obviously, after a while, you're like, it's one of these camps. After a while, you stop feeling the value of them. But when you start in the first like 50 hours of playing the game, or even if the extrinsic reward is really really good, right? As if the extrinsic reward scales, if this thing scales and is more relevant, then it actually like adds a lot of value to the entire experience. So having these scattered around the place actually makes for a pretty good reason for players to approach them in the first place and experience them and tackle it their own ways and feel good about it too. Yeah. So players running across a point A to point B or across the camp, if the extrinsic reward promise is really really good, and you're inviting them with some juiciness like this exploding fire trap right over there. Oh wow, what the fuck was that? How did I do that? Super useful. Super useful. Open world camp. Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna go write that down real quick. Beep, 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 beep. Breath of the Wild. Beep. Okay. 8 of the Wild. Breath of the Wild. Alright. Uh so Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and actually investigate Tsushima a little bit because I love Tsushima. Tsushima enemy camp, Mongol camp. Haku.
Okay, so that was Jin fighting as a samurai. But now let's see him take
Oh,
on
this is from the
same
trailer.
group of Mongols as the dishonorable Ghost.
I remember this.
As the Ghost, he'll use every dirty trick he can think up to even the odds, even using fear as a weapon.
All right, I love this. I love it so much. So that was for a few different reasons. Let me go ahead and quickly mark off exactly why I like this so much. So let's go ahead and switch gears over here and talk about Tsushima. Tsushima. That's a wild Tsushima. All right, cool. So again, I'm gonna go ahead and actually try and draw out this camp because this camp actually sticks out in my memory because I played this game and I played a lot of this game and I remember this specific camp quite well. But I'm gonna go ahead. Let's just watch this entire video real quick. It's 3 minutes long, so we'll just watch this real quick and then we'll take care of it from there. He hasn't ranked up his forget what it's called. Wakizashi? Ooh, good headshot. They might not have alright, yeah, I remember this. So one super important thing to note in Tsushima's camp design is that they're actually decently big. Like they're not small like we'll call like Breath of the Wild, like minute camps. They're actually relatively more expansive. Um, and the reason for that is because they want to provide more enemies, they want to make use of their assets, and because they want to populate the world a little bit more with the size of the camps versus the number of camps. Because I think they are trying to find the balance between having multiple camps and bigger camps. Um, so how to explain this? Is because Breath of the Wild has a lot of these bokoblin camps scattered around all over the place. The players often become like, um, they start to feel less motivated by them because there's so many of them. They don't feel unique anymore. They don't feel like as they offer any new kind of gameplay experience or value. But with the Tsushima camps, they're all really big. And because they're fairly big in size, it takes a amount of time to complete them. So the player feels like as they're like a, okay, this camp is like a challenge. You know what I mean? It's less of like I can just like, approach this and finish this off in like 5 minutes. And for them, it's more like this is gonna take 15 minutes of my time. And if I wanna approach this with the mentality that I need to do. This is my chance to do something really really cool. And so I think Tsushima actually achieves that balance much better than Breath of the Wild does with the size of their camps. The choice to have fewer camps, but camps that take longer and bigger and are bigger in size is really smart. And I think I personally think they achieved the balance. They're almost there. They almost achieved the balance of like how many of them are populated in the world. So that doesn't it feels sparse enough, but not too populated. It's a very tricky balance, and I think they approached it with the perfect amount of the whole the graph I showed you earlier, content versus time. I think Tsushima's content versus time graph is not as overwhelming or not as plentiful as Breath of the Wilds, but it's still more than enough and does gets the job done really well. So Tsushima's open world actually is in my opinion, the one open world that I've experienced that competes with Breath of the Wild's open world. Which is why I chose this example. So one thing you notice in Tsushima's camps is because they're so big, they have something called I like to call pockets when referring to the design. And so let me go ahead and write this down. So let's go ahead and call this camp design pockets. So point, I'll talk about this in a bit. Point of entry. Point of entry is one point I want to talk about. I want to talk about pockets. I want to talk about AI detection. AI detection / pathing. And because these are the most important things about Tsushima's option. So again, tackle options. So firecrackers, system mechanics, power tackle options, and power creep. I want to talk about these specific points. Sick. Fucking love this gameplay so much. It feels so powerful. Classic Assassin's Creed, hide in a bush, no one sees me. This is terrible. I would never approach a camp like this, personally, but that's right. That's the boat. Yeah, I remember that. Fascinating. Okay. So generally speaking, Tsushima's combat design, I'll just quickly peek into this because it's relevant to this. So just like Breath of the Wild has rune systems and its physics chemistry systems. So let me go ahead and make a note over here real quick. Ways to tackle. So Ghost of Tsushima, kind of like Breath of the Wild, is a decently systemic game. It's not. Actually, no, it's not. That's a lie. It's not systemic. So this is Breath of the Wild. Right down over here. Systemic game. Physics. I can't spell. Physics and oh fuck me. Physics and chemistry. Chemistry systems. So the important thing about Breath of the Wild is that it's a systemic game. The important thing about Tsushima, on the other hand, is that is the combat design. Breath of the Wild's combat design is fairly simplistic. There's not too much depth to it. It's pretty standard fare. Kind of each weapon has its own kind of unique gameplay option in terms of how heavy it hits and how fast it hits. And then the other option is kind of rotating around flurry rush and what that means, and using a shield as like a parry mechanism and dodges. So that's like pretty simplistic stuff. But Tsushima's combat design is a lot more nuanced. There's a lot more nuance to it because the entire point of Tsushima's as a game is to make combat feel really, really awesome. That's a big part of the gameplay experience. And so combat design in Tsushima is super important because you have 3 trees, right? You have archer, you have swords. You have samurai, and you have ghosts. Samurai, and you have stealth. Right? And so this is super important because depending on where you are in the game, eventually max out all these trees. Naturally, that's the way a lot of these AAA games in kind of the PS4 marketplace kind of go. Like Spider-Man as well, it's very similar. Eventually, you'll max out all these trees. But depending on where you are when you approach a certain camp, like your approach will depend upon which tree you're trying to max out first, and what skills you want to try and get through first. What kind of gameplay style you really enjoy. And so tackle options and power creep is dependent upon combat design. And so this links up over here pretty importantly. Anyway, let me go ahead and redraw that with a red because it's thinner. I can change that, can I? I can probably change that. I can probably change. There we go. All right. So, let's talk about that for a little bit, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll switch over to FF14. Doop, 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 doop. What did I? How do I want to approach this again? It's real quickly because I'm gonna take a screenshot of this later. I'm gonna go ahead and write this again. I'm gonna write this down over here. Oh, sorry. Maybe I can just write it down over here. All right. So, right. Tsushima camps. Let's talk about this for a little bit. Let me go ahead and draw out kind of the camp a little bit. Let me see if I can destroy shipyard. I remember this quest really well, but I just want to make sure I get the Ghost of Tsushima. Let me see if I can get a map for this real quick. Camp overview, maybe. Camp overview. Maybe there isn't. Which I mean, fine. I mean, only nerds like me would probably break down the camp in this much detail. Hey, everyone, how's it going? How are you today, sir? We were just talking about open world camp design and the relevancy of open world camp design. How are you doing today? Yeah, we just finished talking about Breath of the Wild camps and now Bokoblin camps, and now we're talking about Tsushima. Water. This is good for the soul. I'm stretching. So I'm gonna go ahead and recap some of the stuff we talked about just earlier. Thank you for hopping by. If you want to watch something educational, you come to the right place. Let me summarize some of the stuff for you we talked about earlier. It's an opportunity for me to revise the stuff we talked about as well. So we're talking about open world camp design and how important they are to open world experiences. And the first one we tackled was Breath of the Wild's Bokoblin camps. We talked about how they're littered like literally all over the place in the Breath of the Wild maps, right? Kind of if you look at the map of Breath of the Wild, then you would see that a lot of the places have these. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit further. Kind of near almost every Korok seed, every 3 Korok seeds, you would come across a Bokoblin camp, which is a super simple like skull shape with like. So we actually took this very specific one, Bokoblin camp over here, and we analyzed a little bit further. In context, like what's really important is how much in open world games is how much content you experience per minute of travel time. Because you don't want your world to feel really empty. Open world is supposed to feel most of the time, unless intentional, relatively contentful. In Breath of the Wild, which feels really empty, it actually has a lot of content for you to offer and for you to experience. And so Breath of the Wild, we talked about the this very specific Bokoblin camp, and we watched a video about how somebody approached the camp. So here's the layout of the camp. Super simple. We have like the skull over here, and we have like the four different like the little laddered platforms, and then we had the Bokoblin standing on top of them. And obviously we talked at the top of the barricades over here as well that were off that are indicated in red that offered like this really interesting zone or sphere of um, interaction. Um, Give me a quick second. I'm gonna BRB. Boop, I'm back. Uh, I'm probably gonna go out and take a break after this before Final Fantasy 14 time. Ooh. All right. So where were we? Oh, that's right. Breath of the Wild. So the big thing is the camp over here. Camp design over here. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 pillars. So the moment the player walks into this camp, uh, obviously Breath of the Wild is a systemic game, so the players have multiple different approaches to how they want to do things. The important thing over here is that the pillars, the platforms over here are lure narratively important because the bokoblins have scouts. But the other important thing is the player. That's the first thing the player sees other than the skull itself. Other than the player sees actually is what's in between, what's in this eye over here. Like so, normally in this eye over here, you actually see like a flaming red thing, which is like like telling the player, shoot me," and so the player is incentivized to play around with the physics system and chem system a little bit more, and actually shoot the damn thing so the barrels inside explode. And that's a player. That's a design invitation. So these camps are actually super small, super easy, like little small things in the open world, but they make such a huge difference because they're just free content to explore. When the player approaches the camp from this POV, the first thing they see is this, and the barricades. All right, so here's some ways to tackle this. They can charge right in with Rune and Combat Mastery. If they're good at that, they will feel good about it. They can go ahead and snipe the scouts and then make use of the chandeliers that were hanging over here and try the barrels and feel really, really cool about it. They can go from behind and do the exact same thing but in stealth mode. They could go from behind, climb up the skull, keep throwing bombs and just cheese it. I've done that before. They could use the archery route and just keep getting headshots every single time. Also valid. Or they get some crazy trick shot like we've seen in speedruns. All those are absolutely valid. And so, the important thing over here I was talking about is self-determination theory. Self-determination theory is a theory that kind of talks about the three basic human needs, and there are multiple mini theories about it as well. The important things over here are autonomy, competence, and relatedness. These ACR acronym, self-determination theory. So whenever you're designing an encounter, oftentimes that improbably this is that we talk about ACR. We talk about does the player while accomplishing this, do they feel autonomous? Do they feel competent? And do they feel a sense of relatedness? And you don't need to hit all the three things. Even if you hit like one or two things, that's pretty good. So bokoblin camps, these camps in open worlds are really, really cool because they're small and easy to make, but they hit two out of the three things. They hit autonomy and competence. And so they make you feel really, really cool, even though they're really, really tiny things. And that's really awesome. So just a small thing, a design tool like this adds so much value to an open world game, which is why we're talking about these camps today. So regardless of how the player chooses to tackle this, even the design of this camp is actually really nuanced because the back is kind of a little bit more exposed because we only have two scouts over here. The front actually is a little bit more exposed because you have an entrance over here and the barricades and over here. So the player the game is incentivizing the player to approach from the back and tackle from the front using the chandeliers. So the game is literally design-wise offering the players different ways to tackle this problem. It's really awesome. So regardless of what the player chooses, they make a plan. So they feel autonomous and they execute the plan. If they succeed in execution, they feel competent as an intrinsic reward because you feel really, really cool for doing whatever you did. When you complete the camp, the bokoblins are defending a treasure chest, and a treasure chest is an extrinsic reward. And the extrinsic reward scales with your level, then it's valuable. And so you're incentivized to do it again. Really cool. And it's a good way to add content to the game. Just batter this across the place. With different, you have like 3 different variations of these. Throw them across the land. Easy content. Easy, valuable content. Super cool. If you tackle from the front, however, what's really interesting is this barricade over here actually creates a combat zone in between these two platforms and then the barricade over here. So right in front of the entrance point, if you strike the chandelier, it blows up. Some of them won't die because some of them are higher level bokoblins than the other ones. So you're forced into combat because of your decision. And so the combat zone is over here. And in the video we saw earlier, someone's trying to juke people from across, trying to dodge in combat, and actually dodged into a barricade and took damage from it. So it's really interesting is that this barricade over here, simple one barricade over here, ends up creating a combat zone because of these two other platforms, and so you're blocked in this sphere of combat, and so it becomes almost like an arena after you engage in combat. It becomes an arena. Super cool design. And yeah, so similarly in Tsushima, it's really cool because Tsushima is a more combat focused game. It's less of a systemic game, more of a combat focused game. You have 3 kinds of trees and playstyles. You have the archer playstyle, samurai playstyle, stealth playstyle. And the interesting thing about Tsushima camps is that they strike a balance between how many camps there are versus how big they are. Tsushima camps, unlike Bokoblin camps in Breath of the Wild, are not as small. They're much larger, and they take a lot more time to complete, almost 3x to 4x time to complete. That's valuable because it makes the land still feel big, and the encounters feel sparse enough to where there's life to the world. Super valuable. And so the player has total freedom and agency to choose how they tackle it. They can choose to be the archer, choose samurai, and stealth assassin. They can switch between all three if they wanted to, if they have all the skill trees unlocked. Super awesome. What's really interesting with Tsushima camps that you notice that we were talking about this just while analyzing this video is that Tsushima camps often have multiple points of entry. So let me draw this out here. We have the shipyard over here and the Tsushima camp. Surrounding this, we have actually, it's like this, kind of like this. And this is the main gate. And this is entry point. And so we have enemies over here. You have enemies over here like this. If I remember the 5 on the ship, I remember correctly. There were 2 over here. There were 2 over here on a campfire. I believe there were cages along here, so there was 1 person over here. I believe there were 3 over here, and I believe there were 2 more patrolling in this direction. So these are the amount of enemies over there in Tsushima camp. The important thing over here is something called pockets. Tsushima camp is super cool because all the AIs have visibility, right? All the AIs have pathing to them, or idle animations or idle jobs that they do. What Tsushima allows you to do, because of the way you can jump up and down platforms and get height advantage, stuff like that, is that Tsushima camps create pockets within their camp space, separated by elevation, and separated by other means as well. And so these pockets are super important because they create for interesting dynamic gameplay. These are the pockets: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let me go and number them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I already doubled that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. All right, cool. So we now know there are 6 pockets in the same camp. And point of entries. So this is the 1 point of entry over here. So let me go ahead and mark that as a red. Let me mark that in colorful. So here's 1. There's a point of entry over here from above. 2. There's a point of entry 3 from below the docks over here. So that's this 3. And a point of entry over here and through one of the cracks in the wall. 4. So let's say there are 4 point of entries over here. I think there are more, but let's assume for now there are 4. If there are 4 points of entries, what ends up happening is that you can now choose which way you want to go and tackle this specific camp. And Tsushima has, I think, 4 camp layouts that are repeated or are variated upon, I think. And then they scatter them across the land procedurally. Alright. Oh no, was it hand designed? I think they were hand designed actually. Take it back. Yeah, so they serve 2 purposes. So pockets ensure variations in the camp itself, and they also ensure that the enemy AI that is inside the pocket camps don't have visibility of the outside world, outside the pocket. They only have a single area of visibility over here. Therefore, it is basically inviting the player to come and kill this guy so nobody else notices, and promote the stealth gameplay, which is what Tsushima is all about, really. So you could, hypothetically, again, like Breath of the Wild, you could go ahead, run in there, like a samurai, kill everybody. That's an option. You could sit outside the range of everything and get height advantage and snipe everybody. Also available. The thing is that AIs will get smarter about this. So as you progressively beat more camps, AIs will notice your pattern and will start to actually respond to you accordingly. So if you're a big archer, they will start to like immediately notice someone's dead, and then they'll actually hide. They actually make formations that are a point, like everyone, to create like a circle of people all facing outwards so that they can never take any damage. So the AIs are responsive to the players. The players encouraged to try different kinds of playstyles. That's more combat focused anyway. The important thing over here in the camp design is that these pockets allow for the player to get in there. So let me go ahead and turn back over here. So very early on in the game, you will notice that so it kills this guy in the front. It goes up here, getting height advantage. Hops into this. So this is a pocket. Do you see this? Entryway over here, and this entire space is closed off over here. This is a pocket. Because there's no other way to get out of there except for this small slit over here. Point of entry. So there's a firecracker. There are 2 guards over here. Attracted attention. Slaughter. Killed. Pocket cleared. Boop boop. On to the next pocket. So the way Tsushima dissects its camps into pockets makes so that players have a limited space where they could be really creative about the way they kill the enemies. And it promotes the creativity amongst the players effectively. Very cool design. And so if there are 2 enemies over here that are pathing this way and back up again, like this. And so because of this pathing, they have occasional visibility over the pockets. So if they like come over here and they turn around this way while they're turning around, they will spot the dead bodies if you kill them over here, alerting the rest of the camp. Awesome. The way the AI works into the encounters of the camps, A+. Tsushima has super cool camps in the open world. And then, so the important thing is, you can either choose to just go head first and snipe everything down, or you can actually choose to, engage in combat. So this particular trailer over here, they're trying to show off all the types of gameplay. So they show off the stealth gameplay, which is this over here, using firecrackers to attract attention. My favorite kind of gameplay. Gets height advantage, runs up, spots there's a camp over here on the campfire. There are 2 enemies. Someone noticed the dead bodies, so you notice that these characters are going down. That's because the enemies in this path over here notice dead bodies over here. Boop, kills him. And now this guy's revealed. So now they want to show combat gameplay. So smoke bomb, critical strike, knocks him off, changes his weapon to kunai, kills with kunai. Now they want to show more of the combat gameplay. Now they're going to show him tail the sword, stab. This is the reveal trailer, so this has a lot of the way the camp's being targeted. So now they're going to show stances of the samurai mode. Because the combat's a nuance in this game, the stances are super important in the combat gameplay, right? And now all that's left of the ship. So now they're going to go ahead and get to the ship over here. Gonna yeet across. Boop. Jump. And now there are more enemies in their own pockets. This is a pocket over here. This barring right over here. And they want to show archery gameplay. So if you have someone looking at your direction and they're isolated, like this guy over here, or this guy over at the bottom over here, then just take an arrow, snipe, 1 shot, 1 kill. Easy. So they're also promoting all kinds of gameplay with the way the enemies are set up in pockets. And height's a really important part of this game, right? Because it's a stealth game. So height's super important in the way they do things. Sneaky, sneaky. That's the objective. Oh. Boop. Dead. Anyway. So that's Tsushima camp design. Super cool. They use architecture and separation in their camps to ensure variety and to ensure how the player has enough creative freedom to tackle the camp with the agency that they want and they have. And so that's super important. My roommate's extremely loud and I'm bothered by it. Anyway, so that's going to be it for now. Thank you for hopping by my open world camp dissection. We'll get back to this stream in maybe another 20 minutes or so. I'll be back. And I'll start with Final Fantasy 14. So until then, uh, I'll see you back here in 20 minutes or so. I'll go take a break, get some water, get some stretching exercises done, and then I'll head back. Thanks for stopping by. I'll post this on Twitter later if you guys want to take a look at this screenshot. Anyway, until then, see you guys in 20 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to tweet at me or send me a DM. All right. See you. Bye bye. Alright, I'm back. Took a quick run. Do I have Spotify going? I do, but it's really soft. Hey! Hello, hello. It's going good, it's going good. Just finished up an analysis of Breath of the Wild camps and Tsushima camps and open world encounters. I'm gonna put this on Twitter real quick. I just went out to get a quick bite before the rain started falling today. So just got myself some Mogu Mogu. It's a really sick like drink. Korean drink. Although yeah, it's Korean, right? I think it's Korean. I believe it's Korean. Yeah. Got myself some bread because I love bread. I got myself a custard bun. So, as one would call it, the optimal meal. Let's go ahead and how are you, Azam? How's it going? How are you doing? Oh. Oh, that's good to hear. Is it raining all the way in the Torontos and the T of Ontos? The T of Rontos? Eh. Yo, overcast? That's cool. I mean, I would rather it not rain today. So I take the cats out on a walk. But because they've been meowing like literally all day. They're so bored. I need to get them more toys. We're moving out soon, so. Hello, hello. Hello, Ormer. Welcome to the stream. Just quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and post the awesome analysis that we made together. So let me know if you want me to go over it. We analyzed open world camps in our games. So let me know if I can just like here's our analysis of open world camps. Looking at Breath of the Wild and Tsushima. Breath of the Wild and Tsushima from a self-determination theory, POV. Looking forward to doing this again. Next Sunday. I'm trying to be consistent with my streams so that I can actually like have a good time. Provide more content for people. Hashtag game dev. Hashtag small streamers. I fucking hate this hashtag, but I'm gonna use it anyway. I feel like a gremlin. Alright, I can break something down for you before we start Final Fantasy 14. I'll probably boot it up at least. Shouldn't take too long though. Get me with questions. With questions if you have any. Okay, boop. Let's do that out there. Now that we got that out there, let me go ahead and break this down for my boy Omer. All right. So during since the Persona 5 one, Strikers. Let's get this light up here. That's better. Too much. Indeed. The Gremlin grind is real. Oh man. Oh, you're gonna have a good time today. Um, might do some dungeons today actually. Um, yeah, I'm level 32 gladiator right now, and I'm level like 25 in a bunch of gathering and crafting classes. Um, but let me quickly break this down for you real quick, Omar. I gave a summary for Evan earlier, so I can give you a summary too. So we talked about it earlier. Let me zoom in a little bit. Can I zoom in a little bit here? There we go. All right. So we talked about a few important things. In this open world camps, we talked about how kind of I want to analyze this because I'm working on an MMORPG right now, and so this is something relevant to my learnings recently. And so trying to analyze open world camps from the perspective of self-determination theory. Self-determination theory, if you haven't heard of it, is like a breakdown of the basic human needs in human psychology. And so there's one mini theory of it that it talks about the ACR framework, which is basically, I've written it over here. It translates to autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And so when a player comes across a certain encounter and they experience kind of a design decision or design camp in this particular context, like do they feel, all these things, or do they feel like some of these three things? The reason I'm talking about open world camps is because they're just super small element of design. Like they're scattered all across the world, right? Like in Breath of the Wild, for example, these bokoblin camps over here are like everywhere. In Assassin's Creed, you find like these small enemy camps. In this Odyssey or like the newer ones, you find them like scattered across the area everywhere. And the question is like, why do game designers end up making these small camps? Like, what's the allure of them? Like, why do people put them in the open world games? What do they mean? Even Final Fantasy 14, right, for example, like there are always enemy camps, like small enemy hideouts, or enemies just roaming around having a good time. Like, why do designers revert to this specific structure of content? And so we analyzed a little bit about the content per minute of traversal graph in Breath of the Wild, and we made an abstract version of it, ranging from the Great Plateau. Where is the map? So from the Great Plateau over here, to Kakariko Village over here. And so you follow this road down over here, getting Kakariko Village. How many encounters do you run into on the way there? And so that's kind of the analysis we did over here with this graph over here. We talked about how the content you see when you get off the Great Plateau slowly gets a spike into a hot spot, which is Dueling Peaks, which is right over here, Dueling Peaks. And there's a hotspot for content. And so we talked about how like camps are such an easy way to have valuable content in many different places. And so it's literally like it's the most bang for your buck design that you can put in an open world game. And so doopity doop 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 doop. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, here we go. So in Breath of the Wild, the bokoblin camp over here, we analyzed this exact same bokoblin camp and its structure, and we talked about how this is the skull that you see over here. And then you have the various different like these platforms structures over here, right? I'm highlighting over here. I have the barricades, these things over here, the barricades in front of Link in this picture, as these red things over here. And so, from a player's perspective, this is the POV. This is the POV over here. Then the player quite literally sees the first thing the player sees is two things. They see these platforms where the bokoblin should be standing, right over here and right over here, and then they should be able to see kind of right over here in the middle of this eye a small like fire that it can shoot down and it'll blow up the barrels using the physics and chemistry system of the game. And so the design of the camp itself is very nuanced because it invites the player to tackle this particular camp in any way that they want to tackle and incentivizing them with tools, such as kill the scouts first, maybe, and shoot the thing. So if you want to tackle this camp, how would you do it, right? There are different ways to tackle it, and each way you tackle it is your decision. And so you feel a sense of autonomy with the ACR framework. You feel autonomy when you tackle it in your own way. If you want to trick shot a fucking log in there, then that's your method. If you want to just charge in there with a weapon and hit stuff with your sword, that is your method. So you feel autonomy in the way you tackle these camps. They are your playground as to how you want to try and kill these enemies. You can try to go behind stealth mode, and you can try chucking bombs at them constantly and cheese the encounter, which I've done multiple times. And you just feel really clever and smart when you do it that way, right? Or you feel really powerful when you kill them all with a sword. And so when you execute your plan and with success, you feel competent. And the competency is an intrinsic reward. It's an intrinsic motivator. And so players like that, like feeling powerful and smart and clever when they outsmart a bunch of these monkey brains. And then players feel even better because, like, at the end of the encounter, there's a chest that's hidden inside the skull, which is your reward chest, which is an extrinsic reward. And extrinsic rewards are great motivators because if they scale with your level, then players feel like it's worth it to experience the same content over and over again because you get better gear every single time you do. Which is why a simple bokoblin camp like this, I'm giving you a big TLDR. We dug into this a lot more deeper during the stream. But the TLDR is that a simple camp like this is so small and it's so tiny and it's such a condensed piece of content that you can reuse everywhere. It's extremely valuable because it gives the players a lot of agency and allows them to feel really good when they do accomplish their plan the way they want to. And that's what open world games are all about, right? It's about agency, really. So tackling clamps like this, super cool, chef's kiss. We talked about it a little bit more in Tsushima too. In Tsushima, Ghost of Tsushima, we talked about how in that game, camps are bigger. They're not as big. They're not as small as the bokoblin camps in Breath of the Wild. They're a lot bigger. Bokoblin camps take roughly 5 minutes to complete. Tsushima camps take roughly 15 to 20 minutes to complete. 30 minutes to complete. Sorry. So it's almost like 4x the amount of time it takes to finish bokoblin camp. So they're a lot bigger, but they're sparser, which means that players get bored of these camps a lot slower than they get bored of the bokoblin camps Breath of the Wild. It's a very clever balance decision that they made when making the camps bigger but sparser. And so when you start this camp, you're ready for 20 minutes of gameplay, basically. That's what you sign up for. And it's hella cool. And so with the camp design, you have different points of entry, so it gives you options as to how you want to tackle it. Again, autonomy. Tsushima is a very combat-heavy game. It's a very combat-focused game, so you have different kinds of skill trees in Tsushima, gameplay styles, which is like the archer, the samurai, and the ghost, which is a stealth gameplay. And so the game incentivizes you to pursue all these different kinds of gameplay because of the way it sets up the camp design. So the red dots on this map are enemies, and the white stuff is structural stuff. So what the game does, it gives you different points of entry, so you can choose how to tackle it. But number two, and this is probably the most interesting thing about this, is that because of the way the AI pathing and recognition detection works of dead bodies, the camps are such a way that they create pockets. So like you'll see, like over here, these are the walls of a pocket. This is the wall of a pocket. And the way pockets work is, let me see if I have a video. I do not have the video right now, unfortunately. But the way it kind of ends up working is that the pockets effectively create like this condensed zone of enemies that other enemies don't have access to. So these enemies over here are isolated from the rest of the enemies on the camp. So the player has full autonomy over how they want to kill these two particular enemies. So it's the same thing as D&D, right? In D&D, when your party is trying to do something and trying to accomplish a goal, and they're in combat, you never want to give the players too many enemies to fight. If the players are outnumbered, it's a lot worse for them as players than them being than them fighting one powerful enemy. Uh, Outnumbering is much more dangerous because when we have TPKs because of action economy. It's the same philosophy here in Tsushima as well. They create pockets in these camps so that the player isn't overwhelmed by too many enemies at the same time, and they can be more clever and stealthy with the way they want to tackle each camp. And it's really clever design the way the pockets work. So then when these two guys are traversing this way and then back around this way, if they turn around and they spot the dead bodies over here, right? Then they're like, "Oh, we found a dead body. Alert the rest of the camp." Cool. But by that time, you're already like over here in this pocket. You can kill this pocket off, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, dead body's over there." You can go around over here, kill this camp, and you see what I mean? Like it becomes a lot more naturally progressive. You have a lot more power. You feel a lot more powerful when you take these camps on because the pockets allow you to have these small zones of interactivity and clever decision making that you feel rewarded for, intrinsically and extrinsically. It's a very clever game design, the way the pockets work in these camps. And these pockets are also actually really old game design. It's been around since like Assassin's Creed 2 ish. So it's actually kind of old, but it's just something that's really, really clever. But yeah, that's a TLDR of what we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Oops. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. Happy to answer. Happy to answer the questions. Um, oh, let's boot up Final Fantasy 14, shall we? Let's boot up Final Fantasy 14 online. Go ahead and switch to cam chat. How are you, Omer? See, I have a custard bun, so I'm feeling great. For now, that's the most threatening. Like, I might be okay tomorrow, who knows? That's a big mood. It is indeed a big mood. Oh, hello? Where's my scene? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Took me a while to load. Yo, the Hitman series? Nice. Hitman's systemic gameplay is actually pretty great. Mm-hmm. I wonder if pockets is a copyrighted term. It's just the way I express enemy camp isolations. But maybe there's a term for that. I don't know. Ah. I'm gonna eat my bun real quick. Damn, look at these pants. Homeboy. What are these wrinkles? Apparently, he's not tailored towards you. Oh, I love the environments behind it, though. It's pretty sick. Wow. Yeah, it's party time. All right. Let's go ahead and log in into the Matrix. Lots of quests here that are like just below our level. I don't know if I actually want to do it. Can I not take on higher level roulettes now? Because the experience is like nothing, man. You know what I mean? So this is what I find confusing about this game design is like, why is there such a stark shortage of, or what is it? I don't know. Welcome back. Uh, okay. Is it raining yet? Oh, almost. I keep my window open when it starts to rain because I just love the smell of petrichor. Is that redundant? I don't know if it is. Might be. Might be redundant. I'm not sure. Yo, this thing has like small jelly pieces in it. Delicious. Absolutely amazing. And it's like $2. This entire drink is like $2. It's crazy. Steal. All right. Look at my boy. Omer, you missed this, but I got a chocobo. Look at him. He's so cool. I love him. Can ride on him. Whoop. Yeah. Can ride my chocobo. Sick. All right. There was something about this being like 1,000 Maws of Toto-Rak. All right, let's do this. Let's do this quest. I think this is what we're supposed to do, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, sure is. Level 24. I'm level 32, 33 now. So let's do this dungeon for the first time. Crack my knuckles. Get my tank on. 1 to 4 players. What about level 24, 27? Let's join that. All right. Average wait time 5 minutes. I got a message from Costco. Costco free message. Your annual repayment is now available. Oh. It's trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. One of the things I want to get back to. Shit, it's already Sunday, isn't it? Man, this weekend really flew by. I was just having fun the entire weekend. I did zero work. I did put in my application for my SIN again because I that expired in like last August. Being an international student is like hella hard, dude. Here in Canada, well, anywhere in the world actually. But being someone not from the Canada lands is it's hard. Do be hard sometimes. I just realized that I'm running out of inventory space. Yeah, I don't have much much inventory space left. It's all ingredients and stuff that I just have accumulated over time. Really, I should deposit this stuff in like my stash somewhere in taverns. Man, they weren't kidding. Estimated time went up. We just need one more healer. Seriously? Seriously? Damn. All right. So normally I would like change my class right now and start grinding that class, but I don't really feel like it right now, to be honest. I am working towards it, actually. Funny story. I am working towards it. I believe after university you need to work for 2 or 3 more years, like as a contributor to the Canadian economy and to taxes and stuff like that if you wanted to apply for citizenship. Oh, we got it. Commence. Oh, wow. Cool. Not creepy at all. 1,000 Maws of Total Wreck. You're a Toto. You're playing Africa. I feel like I've done this before. Alright, let's go. So the trick over here is just to spam Total Eclipse and take all the damage, as we usually do. Gotta make sure that we take all the damage. That's right. Give me all the damage. Give me all the damage. I'll take it. What is this? Water stain note. It's nothing. I don't really care. Just random text. Oh, help. Uh-oh. Is my team taking any damage? No, it's just me. Alright, good. Good. That's what I like to hear. Alright, nice. Magitech Photocell. Imperial nuisance. This man's an imperial nuisance. Bro, he needs to stop being a nuisance, bro. Like, for real? You gotta, like, stop being a nuisance, bro. Bro, you gotta stop being a nuisance, bro. Bro, you gotta stop being a nuisance. He's in my face! Get out of my face! I can't see! I'm blind! Alright, boop this way. Let's keep going. I don't think have I done this dungeon before? I don't know if I have, actually. I might have done this dungeon before. Oh yeah, so I'm glad I was able to. What is this mage doing? He's just chilling there. He's literally just chilling there, huh? Hey, I'm walking you. I'm walking you. Provoke. Provoke. Rage of Alone. I'm taking all the damage. We'll do one more Eclipse. One more Eclipse. Taking all the damage. Like the god that I am. Bow down to me. I am the damage taker. Yes. That is B. Indeed. Magitech Photocell. Nice. Boop. Ah, Total Eclipse. One more time. And now I can start spamming my attack abilities. Yo, literally, all my attack abilities is just the 1-2-3 combo. It's so sad. It's literally so sad. Literally so sad. All of them should be focusing me. They are. Excellent, excellent. Is one of them a red mage? I didn't see if one of them was a red mage. No, fuck, I can't see, dude. I can't click on anything. Stop it. Oh, Magitech Terminal. Majide. 4 photon cells required. Do I have enough? No. Never mind. Honestly, not much of a challenge right now. Let me take the damage, dude. That guy's a red mage. He's a red mage. Damn, he do be red mage. He do be a red mage. The man's. Do you know what that means? I'm gonna be a red mage soon too. Unbelievable. Alright. Can we go back? I think we have 4 now, right? Yeah, we have 4 photocells. Ah, I see it's over here. The Imperial Nuisance is who I want to be? Say it ain't so. I don't want to be like the Imperial Nuisance. I don't want to be a nuisance. Alright. Who are we fighting? This guy. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and do this. Power up. Let me get my my 2-second cooldowns. Provoke. Stun. Into provoke. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. Into 2. Into 3. Only single enemy right now, right? I believe. So it should be fine. Yeah, okay. Man, he's so big. What the fuck? Why is he so big? Alright. Got some loot. What is this? Torches Monocle Pass. Ayah. Bro, don't go fighting without me. I'm the tank. It's my job to tank. You dipshits. Hello. Was the final citizenship? Don't. Oh my god, say it ain't so, please. I couldn't take that. Becoming an Imperial Nuisance is the last thing I want in my life. Oh wow, it's pretty in here. It's pretty. Okay, he wants to lead, he can lead if he wants. That's fine. Why is he crouching? He is crouching, right? That's just not... Is that just him? I don't know if it's just him. Oh, Pudding! Yo, Pudding! 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 I'm gonna eat you up. They did. They done so. They done so, homie. Maybe on the test? I hate positioning in this game. It's so hard. Trying to get all of them in my total eclipse. Trying to get all of them in total eclipse. Genuinely hard. This guy's tanking way too much. It's not just me. Alright. Landed the AA. I'm taking most of the damage, so I'm still doing a pretty good job, but... Okay. Let's reduce the damage. Let's go ahead and total eclipse again. And now we just spam. I believe I'm the only one taking damage right now, so that's good. Damn, these guys have some insane looking moves. I want to be like that when I grow up. Oh, what the fuck? The opening in the web. What? Why? Why are you being like this? These are all just aberrations. Yo, fucking true. Look at this man. Alright, leave it to me. Makasete, okay. Look at me tanking all the damage. Come here, come here, come hither, come hither. Look at positioning. Look at this amazing positioning. I'm literally a tank god. Oh, leveled up. We have reached the Fool's Rest. The Fool's Rest. Now the design. I get the design of this now, so I understand the design decisions behind this. Only exactly. Exactly. Only Fool's Rest. Alright. Rage of Alone. Let's keep going. Boop. At the I had to allow that message because Automod was like, oh no. Fools is a bad word. Fools is a bad word in my dreams. Wait, is something over here? No? Something in here? Oh, true. Pass. Yeah. Yo, true that. Damn, the party split up. The party split up. Yo, friends, come on. Wait, we don't have enough photo cells. We don't have enough photo cells, so we gotta go back. Damn, we fucked up. Alright, gang, time to split up and search for clues. Alright, gang. God, I hate how maze like this is. It's like an actual dungeon. This isn't what I signed up for. I didn't sign up for a dungeon. Or did I? Yo, I'd make that. I'd 100% make that. I put a lot of money into that too. I live for the day when I get to play as Shaggy. Oh, the parts went that way. Keep up with them. Gotta sprint. Just to keep up with them. These homies be like, yo. Did you get the photo cell? No? Please get the photo cell. Thank you. Where are the photo cells? They're not here. I don't see him, champ. Are they over here? Yeah. Technology isn't caught up yet. True. This is actually so true. Yo, I don't know where I'm going. There it is. I'm a god. I'm literally a god. Look at this fucking pro skills. I don't like this. It's like a mini boss room. They run back to the room. They want to take. They want to do a 2v4. Oh, sorry, 1v2. 1v2 this guy. Yo, communicating is so hard in MMORPGs. I don't have time to type because everyone's running everywhere. Oh my god. Why is it so difficult? We have limit break too. I should use that. Because no one else is going to use that, so I might as well use that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Might as well. Boop, boop. It's like magic. It's like Magic Maze. Say no more. This is actually true. Very true. We're back to Fool's Rest. We're only Fool's Rest. And the party's all here. Coral O Ninetales. It is QB, folks. It do be QB. It do be the QB. You can copyright that. I should copyright that. I should poop that. No, I wanna stop it. Stop it. I'm dying. Help me, team. All right. Thank you. This trouser is nice. I will agree on that. Thank you. Very nice. Oh, he got dragged into it. Oh no. Oh no. He's alone. He got pushed in. He's alone. No. He's running. The man's just running. He's just going. He's almost dead. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot, man. This guy. Holy shit. He's just fucking running. He's like, leave. He's like, oh, I'm just run. I bet he didn't see that everybody else got sucked in there. I bet that was the reason why. He's like, I didn't see you guys get fucking sucked in there. Alright. Now we go. Sticky web time. Sticky web time. And opening forms from the web. Look at this fleshy pod. Am I poisoned, sir? Am I poisoned? Oh. Oh, they are poison traps. Literally, they are poison traps. Oh, no, this guy's such a fucking idiot. He's just literally running in there. Like, I don't understand how this man is still alive right now, TBH. Oh, I fucked up my combo. Fucked up my combo. Fuck, he's taking all the damage. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Seriously. Oh no. Say no more. Feels like welcome. I can't see shit. This camera angle is so bad. Oh, stop blowing it up! This guy's literally just BMing. I swear to God, this guy's fucking BMing right now. He's literally just going around blowing up all the fucking pods. Oh, this guy. Bitch. Please don't. Oh my God, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. He will be the death of me. I kid you not, he's gonna be the death of me. Ah, 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 ah. Wait, it's dead end? No! Ah, I hate this goop. Get it off of me. Oh, I hate how slow this is. Yo. Fucking stop blowing shit up, dude. Ah! Oh my God, he's just blowing stuff up. I hate this guy. Who is this guy? I hate this guy so much. I swear to God, I'm just gonna let him, like... Thank you. Thank you for blowing up all the flash pods. Thank you. Fucking God bless your souls. I gotta do this a bunch of times now. I gotta do this. So all the damage is on me. Yes, target me. Target me. I am the top of your hate chain. Man. Man, oh man. Sometimes MMOs can be so frustrating. Please. Don't fucking blow up in my face, homie. What did I just tell you? You dumb shit. I'm gonna right blade that. Right blade that's thinking. Oh, final boss time. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Look at this cutscene. Big reveal time. Oh, my headache. Main story spoilers? Say it ain't so. Ha 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 ha. He's not even laughing. He's just smiling. What countenance that bespeaks understanding? The echo. I must indeed choose my words carefully. Damn, bro, who are you? Lahabria of the Ascians, observant to the one true god Bahamut? Yours is the most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. Look at my earrings. They're sick. The dark minions. The dank minions. Damn, he's the boss? Alright. Oh, never mind. He's not the boss. Feel the presence of evil. Crystal's demise. Oh. That's pretty dank, bro. That's pretty... Oh. Oh. That's pretty dang. Oh, oh, giant spider time. Giant scorpion spider time. He just vanishes. Yeah, I bet. Of course he does. All right, time to be a sick tank. All right, let's hit this guy with a provoke. Let's hit this guy with a bunch of stuff. I look at the way I position myself. This is peak MMO. All right, this is peak MMO. Look at that stun. Look at that stun timing. Oh, come on, come here, bitch, come here, bitch. That's right. No. Where do you think you're going? No. You come here. No. You come. No. You come here. No. You come here. That's right. You come here. No. You come here. You come here. That's right. That's right. Provoke. I am who you must fight against. No one else but me. I shall stun you. I am in your thingamajig, and I am dying. And so I shall go ahead and total eclipse again to get your attention. Thank you very much, sir. Boop. Boop. My cooldown's almost done. Alright, everyone's doing some good damage. Cooldown up. Rage of Alone, provoke. Dodge. Number 3 stun. Boop. There are 2? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I must... You're almost done. He's dead. I killed him. To the dungeons! I'm a god. GG. GG. Need. Pass. Homies. I got the Warden's belt. Sick. Nice. That's all I came for. Alright. Leave. Oh? What is this? Oh, whoa? That is so funny. Oh, that's the reason why I came here. To free her. That's right. This is actually the main quest objective. I see. Naruhodo, naruhodo. So, here's the thing, right? Oh, flashback time. Alright, exposition time. Oh, wow. How beautiful it is over here. Return to Area 12. Look at his face. What a giant fly. Damn, who this? Oh, Nero. Oh, he's that guy. You know what? Everyone keeps telling me that Realm Reborn has the worst storyline. I agree. Vegetables bruise easily? Man, that's rude. I don't know. Like evil man go burr. Evil man go ha 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 ha. Evil man go pity laugh. Look at the chicken legs. What a nuisance. Oh, insane flashback time. No, Granny. Let me go. What? Can you please go? What are you searching for? For an old lady, you're quite spiteful. But chicken legs. Chicken legs. Literally chicken legs. Alright. I got some good gear out of that, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can equip that. Oh, I can't. Sick. Let's go. My inventory is really packed. And I should start considering to extract some materia now. One would think. One would think. Right? Yeah, I can. Alright, extract material. Thank you. Ooh, I can. Extract material. Thank you. No! No, I don't want to do that. Fuck, I'm sorry. Oh, that's fine. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. That was fine. That was okay. This is nice. This is good. Me likes. Me likey. Uh... Help. Oh, I do. Extract materia? Yes, indeed. Would like to extract materia. Any earrings to extract? Necklaces. So the materia chains in this game are interesting. Are they awesome? Questionable at best. I don't know if like the material system makes perfect sense to me yet, but you know, it's getting there. It's getting there. Let me go ahead and melt some materia into this. I should be putting materia into this stuff right now, but fuck it. We'll save some materia for now. And we'll take care of it later. For now, let's ride our Chocobo. Oh, we did level up. Damn, we got like a full bar. Alright, that was a fair bit of stuff, huh? Okay. Not bad. Me likes. Me likey. Don't attack me. 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 Let me go. Let me go. Ah! There we go. I'm gonna ride my fucking Chocobo into the tavern because I'm badass. Like that. Alright. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. Alright. Let's grab that. Bro, please. Let me just do my thing, man. Okay, any better gear? Nope. Okay. But it's the main quest. So we gotta do it. But you know what we could do? we should actually do a duty leveler. So duty leveling actually gives you a decent bit of like duty leveling. Where is it? Duty turn off. Duty leveling. Here we go. So leveling actually gives you a bunch of bonus XP and gil, which is why it's really good. So I'm gonna go ahead and just like hit that. Level 16 is really low. I would like it if we could get like higher level stuff right now, but I don't know, man. It's just whatever. It's not particularly a huge deal. But let's go ahead and join it anyway. Because you want to grind some levels. This is the way to do it. After this, we'll probably call it a day of the stream. Because it's almost been 4 hours now. Happy Sunday, y'all. Hope life is treating you all well. It's the best I could ask for. I'm kind of excited because like on Monday, tomorrow, I'm doing a D&D stream. I'm gonna be planning some, planning some sessions. So I'm excited to take people through that process. My very specifically my process. And the way I like to create encounters and stuff like that for players. It's always a really fun time trying to navigate that, actually. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So I hit level 30 is kind of like where you start to get access to. Is it Elmir prep? It might be. I will probably put it in the stream description if it is. Solid might be. Solid might be. I think that's maybe a good. Maybe I will do Elmir tomorrow because it's a good place to kind of get started with stuff. I kind of already have the next session planned, unfortunately, but I think I could try and spend some more proper time trying to get that encounter up to par. Actually, yeah, we'll do Elmir tomorrow. I'll do Elmir tomorrow. Sorry, that might exclude some folk, more specifically my party, which I'm sad about. I would like it if everyone could join that, but there will be spoilers if you do join. I will at you very specifically. I'll at you, Omar, if I choose not to do Elmir tomorrow, but I probably will. All right, let's go. We've done this one I've done before. Omar, have you gotten to this part? Have you done this dungeon before? This is the first dungeon you do. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is the first dungeon you do. Oh, seriously? Damn, bro, this game's really good. Can confirm this game is pretty sick. It's a funny story. I can't actually cast my advanced level spell because how do I put it? Very straightforwardly, they pull your level back. Just do the quest. It's interesting. I don't know how much I agree about it, but it's interesting. That's for sure. Oh, I should activate my fucking draw. Gotta roll back the below progression, am I right? Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the way it works. Boop. Why are you taking so much damage, man? Archer? What the fuck? You're not supposed to be. I'm tanking everything right now. I'm literally a god. Look at these lower level plebs. These lower level plebs. I'm kidding. They probably have a lot of experience. They're probably also duty leveling right now. Peloton. Peloton. Hello, Tom. Hello, Tom. It is great to meet your acquaintance today. It is indeed. It is such a great circumstance. I cannot believe that we are here. Damn, I'm a god. What can I say? I'm a god. What can I say? I'm a god. Alright, he's dead. Let's go. Yeah, come here, come here. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Boop. Man, look at the range of this thing. For real? You talking to me? I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed. Boop. 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 Let me take all the damage. God. Man, I didn't actually know Gladiator was a tank class before I took this class. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking play some class. Like which class? I don't know. Some class. Little did I know that the class that I was talking about is in fact a. Oh wow, a lot going on. A lot going on the screen right now. Am I right? Giant clam. Getting clammed on. All right. No, it's not the red one. It's not the red one. Oh, it was? Huh? It was? That's so weird. It was? Look at this pro ass. Pro ass. Uh-oh. I'm paralyzed. I'm paralyzed, sir. I was paralyzed for the brief moment. I'm no longer paralyzed. Poop. Get out of here. Alright, let's get this show on the road. You know, game I'm looking to play. I'm looking forward to playing the Horizon DLC. I haven't gone around to it yet. I've been meaning to get around to it for a while now. So what's interesting about this game is design. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, is that like rollback leveling is an interesting like design decision, right? Because like it means that from one perspective, Like you're making some pretty heavy use out of, you know, the game's mechanics, because you're allowing older players to almost like mentor newer players in a sense, which is like valuable, right? I mean, right now, look at how much trust I have. Like, I'm going down to like 1/3 my HP, but I'm having like, I have enough trust, and I have to have trust that my healer will heal me. It's pretty great actually. Come back, Captain Madison. I would like to ew. I fucking got stuck behind the fence. That's hilarious. Let's go ahead and activate some. But yeah, I don't know. Like generally speaking, like the lower levels are kind of whatever. It's not specifically very good. To be entirely honest. Um, mostly because I think because it's so much of a slog, and that's the main reason why. The early of this game is slog. But I don't know. I think it's fairly cool just to like reward players who actually take the time to, you know, players who take the time to actively sorry, lost my train of thought. What was my train of thought? I was gonna say that it's cool how the game rewards you for actually actively making use of the rest of the progression system, because they're like, hey, if you want to level up fast, you better help the newbies, and so players are begrudgingly forced into, well, not forced, but like the optimal way for them to get the value out of their gameplay time is to help the newbies out. Well, interesting. It's a clever gameplay mechanic, clever systemic mechanic rather, but it do be how it be. Hello, sir. It is I. Please attack me. Please attack me. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Love how less damage I take. It's so fun. Wait, Captain Madison again? I thought I just killed this guy. Did I just kill this guy? So there should be anything coming out from here any second now. Where are thou, enemies? There you are. Alright. Alright. That pro skill. Pro aggro management. Someday I'll do savage level raids. And I'll be a god tier member of the raid squad. Someday. You cannot carry any more items. My inventory is full? Huh? Seriously? When did I get full? When did I get full? Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage. Please heal me. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. I am dying. Please heal me. Alright. The boss ain't gonna like this one bit. Hey, I'm walking you. Hey, I'm walking you. Alright. Let's cross over to the other side. Skip cutscene. Let's kill this guy. And let's get over with this fast. That's right. All your attention on me, sir. Very good. Very good. All your attention on me. All your attention on me. Pro skill. Alright, come on. Hurry up. I ain't got time for you. I ain't got the time for you. Nice. Challenger's log entry. Feeling lucky. GG. G. I need to drop some items from my inventory, man. My inventory's... No, it's not. It's not full. Is it? No, it's not. I got space. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, that's a... Oh, that's a minion. Oh, that's an item. Wait, what? What did I get? I don't know. It's like, it's, yeah, whatever. It's strange how this works. Someone else weapon coffer real quick. What did we get? Iron short sword and iron scutum. Like those are weak items. Those are weak items. I don't need those. A simple gift. I don't know what that quest is for. Oh, it's for it's a key quest item. I see. I have stuff to sell. Would you like to take my stuff? Shopkeeper? Shopkeeper. Sir, shopkeep. Arms supplier. There we go. I can talk to you, I'm sure. Purchase weapons, purchase items. Damn, gold item? It's a cool item, right? Steel broadsword? Yeah, it sure is. Spike steel labrys? Damn. The fuck? Alright, here, take, give me money. Give me money. Give me money, please. I would like your money. What else can I sell? Poisoning potion. I don't know if I need this, TBH. Here, I'm gonna sell this. I don't need it. I don't need it. Unnecessary. Altered leather thigh boots, don't need it. Get out of here. Wait, what was that? Hold on. Yeah, I don't need that. And what about the well, these are just regular potions. Regular potions, don't need them. Get them out. Boop. Let's open up this stuff. Plundered short bow, I don't need it. Unique item and untradeable. Yes, you can sell this. A battle axe, I don't need it. Take it. Yeah, thanks. Oh, those are gold items too. Haha. I feel evil selling gold items. Plundered falchion, 13 damage. Auto attack. Delay 1.9. Kind of sucks, not gonna lie. This kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I have 2 iron short. Well, they look kind of similar, TBH. Don't need this. The Spatha, I believe I already have a better weapon at the moment, so I don't need this either. God, selling stuff is so cathartic. It's just cathartic. I don't know what to tell you. Iron Soltala, Solata, Kilata. I don't know. I'm just making up stuff as I go. Don't need this. Brass spectacles. I'm keeping this for glamour. Brass spectacles? Kind of cool, not gonna lie. Kind of cool, man. Amateur's headgear, don't need this. Iron. Maybe I did actually, I don't know. Did I make a mistake? Control plus 9, control plus 13. Nah. Nah, I'm good. This one has nothing on it at the moment. But this one's like yellow color? I don't really care about the color either, do I? That's fine, right? Get rid of this guy. It's only slightly worse. Get out of here, man. I ain't got time for you. Hempen robe, bronze cuirass. Don't need it. Brand new cuirass. It looks cool, so I'll keep it for that. Custom made cuirass. Don't need it. Why not? Huh? Oh, I see. Oops. Oops, I guess. Plundered plate belt. I thought I already had a good. Oh, I did. This is a hard leather belt. Retrieve materia before I sell it. Oh, never mind. Brand new trousers. Plunder trousers. Oh, this is good, isn't it? No. Take it back. Take it back. Weather shepherds, blah blah blah. Alright, whatever. The rest of the stuff we'll keep. Actually no. I do wait, shit, fuck. I do want to sell a bunch of these shields. Or oh, it just means offhand. Ah, I see. I made a mistake. I do not need you. Go away. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. Well. I do not need you. Warded round shield. Do not need bronze Scamptum for sure. I believe this is just. Oh, I have 2 Iron Lantern shields now. Oh, I don't need you. I'll keep that one for shits and giggles. I almost have 100,000 gold. I'm getting places. I'm having a lot of money now. Haha, funny. Funny. I'm so funny. Let me go ahead and TP there. And then I'll take the Chocobo to that place. Like the pro streamer I am. Very nice. I believe I need to go this way. Yes. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, look at this place. Look at this little village town thingamajig. Boop. There is no stealth command. Sir. Okay, iron plated stuff, goat skin stuff. I just want the silver piece. Give me 2,000. What is this? Sylvan silk belt. Oh, this isn't a main quest. It seems like a good item though. No, it's not. It's not right. Is it? Spellsleeve. This is good for casters. Maybe later. Maybe later. All right. Last thingamajig, and then we can finally call the stream stream a day. Overall, I just wanted to kind of end this on a note where we can talk about this game's interesting use of narrative tie-in. Um, the game uses narrative as like a kind of a crutch, as far as my observations go. Also, it hasn't started raining yet, which means I can take the cats out on a walk now. But it uses this is kind of a narrative crutch, and to decent success. Like the narrative is boring and ill-paced, and I suddenly realized that I'm hitting that point in D&D where like you'd be you're level like 10 and you're finally like a folk hero slash whatever, or not folk hero, but like you're now taking on more dangerous threats, like world altering threats. Um, and so this is actually kind of similar to that, I think. Suddenly I hit level 30 and now everyone's like, oh, everybody knows you now, you're famous. Which is a good way to introduce a player to more like perilous stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Damn. Anyway, it's fine. Damn, what the fuck is that? Damn, is this Sylvan Lord? Like a primal deity? Oh, it is. Hmm. It is. That's a weird sword. It's not even a sword. It looks like a fucking what is it? What does it look like to me? It reminds me of a cricket bat. Man, look at that thing. Wow. It's actually kind of funny. Um, Going for a 6. Uh huh. All right. Cool. Go for a good slog. Whack that spun ball. Um. All right. Cool. Thank you. Uh. Supposed to be comedic humor. It's not working. Oops. Oh, my neck. You know that symbol. You know what that symbol is? That symbol is a symbol of Nicol Bolas, the Elder Dragon Planeswalker. Unfortunately, Final Fantasy XIV does not have Wizard's license, so they don't understand the consequences of this same strange insignia. Final Fantasy Nicol Bolas boss fight win. I'm pretty sure they did a crossover with Monster Hunter at some point, right? It is not a tale that a Jedi would tell. Oh, it's give me a crystal? Alright, man. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, plot progression. Here's a plot. We get plot. Time for flashback. Time for crystals around me. Crystals are revolving around me. Yes. Unparalleled power. I have 3 crystals now. It's halfway through. Nuts. I've awakened to new power. Walking one is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. Stop! This one marks down safe places to look out for touch ones. What's the point? What mechanical consequences even have? Believe in yourself, they said. Everything will be fine, they said. Alright, it's not too far out. We can do this quickly before we're finishing off the stream. I love how fast I am on Chocobo. It feels so good. How fast I am? Very nice. Alright. Over here. / lookout. You look around. Oh, the touched sylph. Oh, purple. Nice palette swap. Oh, this is just the fucking game telling you to just calm the hell down if you see yourself. That's funny. Where do I go? New Gridania? Alright, TP. I'm happy to TP, sir. A+ happy to TP. I haven't been to an actual town in like forever. I should use this time to actually put my stuff out back into where it's supposed to be. Maybe do some quests on the side too, who knows. Let's see. We shall see. For the world is intense. Alright. We finally finished the arc. The Sylph arc. It's done. Thank you. Level 36. Yes. 35, 36? 36. Alright. Vesper Bathe, right? Take it. On that note, peace out, boys and girls and people and everybody else. Man, yeah, doing the analysis first for 2 hours and then like doing the analysis for 2 hours and then going into Final Fantasy 14 was actually like a decent amount of time. 4 hours of streaming is still a decent amount of time. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the analysis a lot actually. Doing the open world camp breakdown was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot. It was a good way for me to actually like kind of think about simple designs a lot more and share that knowledge. It was interesting. All right. Well, hope you guys found that useful. I will see you tomorrow if it's not Elmir. Omer. um but have an absolutely great day and enjoy your Sunday, the rest of your Sunday. Thank you for spending time with me. I appreciate all of you. All right. On that note, Take care. Bye bye.